Male Construction Videos channel. And why did we choose the terminology alpha male? Well, because by all standards, people that do what I do, have done what I do, or will do what I do, are considered alpha males. We are overachievers, go-getters, as opposed to closet dwellers who only do the blah blah blah. So in today's video, I will tell you it's noon. The actual siren just went off, but you can check your time. And in the sun, it's 130 degrees plus. Now, fortunately, at this time of the day, part of the roof is covered with shade. However, I've been up here for a few hours. I would have started this video earlier, but we had, because of the sun and because of the heat index, I guess all the businesses have their air conditioning turned up high, and we had a blackout for most of the morning, on and off, on and off, on and off. So in regards to why I call the channel the Alpha Male Videos, is because most what you consider normal, what I consider the sissy factor, they wouldn't go out on a roof at noon in the hot sun, especially when it's over 130 degrees in the sun itself. And but as an alpha male, we like that. We enjoy the challenge. So today's challenge is relatively simple. I've been up here. I cleaned up the roof yesterday pretty well, and I'm gonna brush it down. And I'll show you the rusty part of the roof, the cargo container of the roof, and then I'll decide if I'm going to put mastic over the rust, because on top of the cargo container roof, I'm putting an industrial grade vinyl floor covering, and then on top of that, 12 millimeter phenolic resin board, and on top of that, a tarpaulin. So I won't ever have any problems with the roof leaking again. But I'll show you. But right now, I do have problems with it, and it cost me 2 days of labor to take some tools apart that got wet in a box that was. The box is a bell box. It didn't have a hole drilled in the bottom of it, and it had about 4 inches of water, and it took me 2 days to pull those tools apart and to get the oxidation and the rust and stuff out of the tools. And that was 2 days that I could have put a roof on the container. So let's show you where I'm working. And again, sissies need not apply. Sissies, I've had people working for me my whole life. I tell them, let's go do something, and they go, no, it's too hot. Okay, how much do I owe you? How many hours have you worked up until this point right now? And they'll give me the hours that they worked, and I'll take the money out of my pocket and pay them, and then tell them, you should just go get another job. Because if I'm going to do it as the boss and the owner of the company, you're going to do it if you want to work for me. If you don't want to work for me, well, then you go work for somebody else that lets you wimp out. And then at that point, you're in control of my job. If I want to go do something and it's really super hot or super cold, or we have to shovel snow off of a concrete patio to put lumber on to build a station to route it, and you don't want to work in those conditions, that's okay. Go home. Tell your wife you quit. Or tell her I fired you. I don't care. I never cared. And I'm never going to care. So, this is where I'm working. This is going to be the second floor. Where I'm standing is the second floor balcony of the hotel. It's exactly opposite or sideways of that second balcony, except my balcony will be where the orange pipe starts. It will go back 6.5 feet. And then the building will go from the orange pipe to the back of the building. Okay, so let me show you what I did yesterday. Let me show you something else. I told you about this Gemalaya wood. This wood is only up on this roof for 3 years. And it all rotted. It just rotted. It's you can put your finger through it in almost any place. Now I'm going to give you a better example of this, but I'm going to tell you what happened. This wasn't even wet. This was just nailed to another piece of wood, one of these pieces of wood like that. And where the two pieces of wood met, it rotted. Now I'll show you what happened to 3-inch Gemalaya lumber. And then we'll get on to the roofing part of this. I'll show you what happened to 3x12 Gemalina wood. And I wanted cocoa lumber, and they didn't send it to me, and I explained why. They had a moratorium on cocoa lumber, and they couldn't send it, and they sent this instead. But I had already moved out of my apartment, and had I known they weren't going to send cocoa lumber, I would have waited, because this stuff is, I knew this was garbage once it got shipped to me, but I was living in this lot right here where the cement mixer is. We were living in a makeshift lean-to, Daisy and I, with a tarpaulin over it. I really didn't have much choice. So here is 3x12 Gemalina lumber to this in 3 years. So this piece of lumber was of the container across, and this wire held the board down to this edge for a specific reason that it's too hard to explain now. But this is what's left of 3x12 Gemalina lumber. This is what's left of it. And this is 3 years on top of this container. So look at this. This is not termites. This is a different problem with the shit they sell you here. This problem is caused from just rotting lump. The wood is like a sponge, almost like well, it's soft as a sponge now. That's what's left of this. This was a 3-inch by 12-inch piece of lumber, and that's the whole board. There's more of it over here that I can just grab this piece of wood and break it off and just snap it with my fingers. And it happened to 6 of these boards. This is the end board here. And this board here, I'm gonna, underneath these trees here, over to the far side of the deck, and this is 3x12. Let me see if I can smooth this down a little bit. Okay. Oh, here it is. It doesn't even have the strength to pick up its own weight. So if you're in the Philippines and they want to sell you a lumber called Gemalaya lumber, instead of cocoa lumber, I would suggest strongly you don't buy it for inside work or outside work. And then here is the residue of the dust in 3 years. That's really not fair, not just to me, but to the Filipino people themselves. I mean, it's not fair to the culture here that they sell that crap. This is not a one-off problem. This is every board on the roof. Look, here is the one that went underneath the jet ski. And now here is another piece of it. Here's another piece, look, see? And then here's another one. This is not a one-off problem. This is a systemic problem with this garbage lumber that they don't tell you occurs at the lumberyard. And he said, yeah, it's just as good as the cocoa lumber, but it's not. It's not just as good as the cocoa lumber. It's garbage. And I had 50 sheets of plywood at $10 a sheet that rotted. That's 5,000. 50 sheets at $10 a sheet is $500 worth of plywood. About that I had stuff made out of. Up here on the roof, in the back, I had a bench. I had another house over there. That was $500 and $1,200 worth of this Gemalaya lumber that just turned into garbage. Look, there's another piece over there. It's just garbage. It's just a piece of rotted wood that's wet. I put it over there to hold the tarpaulin down. It has no strength at all. You can take it and crumble it up with your hands. Okay, so here is the commercial grade vinyl covering that I'm using on top of the metal. So I'm going to put, now this has what is called scale rust on it. It's dry, and it's not all the way through the metal. It's not all the way through the metal. Different metal rusts different ways. A high quality steel will rust in these little nodules that you see here. And this is a high quality metal. And some of it's through some of those are through, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to blow off the dust, and on top of the troughs, the low spots here, I'll probably put some mastic membrane down across the worst parts of this where I know it's rusting, which really is not important because on top of the metal, I'm going to put this commercial grade vinyl. So it's going to have the commercial grade vinyl, and then on top of that, 12 millimeter phenolic resin board. So I could get away with doing it without the mastic membrane and scraping it all together, but I may do just a few spots that I know are leaking just because I have the material already paid for and up here. Then another thing I'm going to do is clear off this stuff from the jet ski. But I can do one section now, the way it is, I do believe. I can do one section up to there. And then when I get a second sheet down right where I'm standing here, then I'll take the rest of the tarpaulin off the jet ski and prepare. I'm either going to bring the jet ski down onto the ground level, or I'm going to move it over to this side of the container where I'm standing. So let's get started. I'll check for comments, and if I don't see any comments, that's a good thing. I really don't want to respond to comments. It takes up a lot of my time, breaks my concentration, and it stops me from enjoying the ridiculously hot sun. And it is ridiculously hot. You can check the Philippines temperature where we are today. And that's something else I wanted to mention. 8 days ago, I talked about there being, 6 days ago, I talked about there being a cyclone coming through here. And the weather report for the Bohol AccuWeather, they made a joke out of the weather. AccuWeather report. The Bohol AccuWeather report was as far in advance as the report went, which was about 10 days, it was rain every day. So that would have been 6 or 7 days ago. And for 4 days, we haven't seen a drop of rain or night, in the day or night. I don't know why they call it AccuWeather. It's not any better or any worse than American weather reports, but it's totally useless. I mean, it had a 10-day forecast of all-day showers, all-night showers, 24/7. It was supposed to rain for 10 days in the 10-day forecast. And for the last, it sprinkled for 3 days, and after that, we haven't had a drop of rain. I don't know, man. I think the people that do the weather and the news, I think they should be paid according to their accuracy and truthfulness, which means they all need a new job. Okay, there we go. They all need a new job. If they worked for me, they would need a new job. It's not complicated. You either get it right or you get to find a job that you can do properly. These people are getting paid to do nothing. I don't know what they're getting paid to do, but they're not doing their job. Okay, so I can't put this here because it's too much of an angle and it's too close. I'm gonna have to move it up. I have to move it up to here, and then I'm gonna need, okay, I need to move some lumber. Okay, let's just get that there. Okay, you could see that. I gotta move that lumber out of there and prepare it for one of the neighbors, my landlord actually. Might as well do this right now. Might as well do it right now. Oh. Okay, I have one small problem. I don't know that I have that size. No, I don't. Okay. I gotta go downstairs and get a different size socket for this screw gun. All right, I got to get a different size socket. Come on. lot of this wood, a lot of this wood has no strength, no meat at all left in it. You could just take it apart and bend it with your hand, break it. This will be, the neighbors use it for at night to get the, they make like leaves and this wood and they smoke out the mosquitoes. Well, not the neighbors, my landlord more specifically. So I'm going to be bundling that up as a pile. That's another one. Okay, these two. Man, hop on. this is termites. This is termites. This is not grubs. This is at some places where the water moisture is perfect for the termites to exist. This is, well, this is 3 years, but you could see that fine little round dust. Those little balls, that's termite dust. Grub dust is big, about a ½ inch in diameter. All right, I'll check the comments if there are any. Hopefully there are no comments. And I'll check them to see if my friends are here. Michael McFarland. Hello, Michael. Thank you for stopping by. Scott Del Fuego. It's hot. There is no wind here today, Scott. There's no wind here at all today, buddy. Oh, God. It's, when I was up here this morning, it was blaring hot. And it'll be like that again as soon as the sun passes the tree. Right now, this tree is blocking the sun. That's why I'm working over here on the bench. But now I'm going over to the top of the roof there. I'll show you these rust nodules that form on high quality steel. Different steel rusts differently. The better the steel, the different types of rust will explain to you how good the steel is. In this case, it's a medium grade, high quality steel. It's not 50-50 gun grade, but it's close. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock now. Okay. Now this is the rust nodules that have formed in with a container dipped down. And these nodules, they look like this. They look like flattened out BBs is the best way I could explain it. Now they flake right off. When I hit this with the scraper, they flake right off. Now some of these might even go right through the metal. Yep, this one went right through the metal. And I know this leaks here because I have a tarpaulin over something. I knew it leaked in this area. So this is just paper thin. Okay, so this is going to get scraped. A piece of vinyl with membrane, mastic cement, and then the second coat of vinyl. So when you're scraping off these rust nodules, this is a perfect example. I just showed it to you. It might look like there's metal there, but when you pop the rust nodule up off the ground, it might just be hollow. It might just be go right through. And that's happened. That's about the third place that it's happened besides this corner over here. This corner has a hole in it, 6 inches by 14 inches by 6 by 14. So I'm going to put this camera down someplace where it's a little bit easier for you to watch the process of scraping. And I'm going to scrape it up pretty good. I'm going to scrape it up pretty good with a 4-foot, 5-foot, 40-pound scraping bar. It's actually a concrete tool, but it works for metal too. What I really should do, what I am going to do is the front of this bar. Let me show you this. The front of this bar is it's rounded off. I mean, it has no sharpness to it at all. So basically, you'll just be skimming over the top of the rust nodules. So I'm going to go downstairs and get a grinder and grind a chisel point on here. So I'll be right back. I need a hammer and the grinder, and I'm gonna need earplugs for this. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. need the grinder. I need earplugs. And I'm going to bring a hammer up also to see if I could punch any more of those holes through the roof. Earplugs, hammer. Uh, all right. I'm going to check the comments in case Scott or Michael had something to say. And then I'm going to start grinding a tip on the board, on the pry bar. I'll be checking the comments in about 30 seconds. Oh, you bastard. Oh. 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 The tool I need the most is not when I picked up the box, it tipped out of the box. That was unplanned error. Unplanned error. So I'll check the comments, grind, and all right, after I check now, if you got something to say it now. Because after I do this, there won't be any comment checking for a while. Chisel edge to make a scraper. Steel is hard enough to scrape rust from the container. Mild steel. Oh yeah. This is a I've had this tool since probably 1973. So I've put many edges on it. It used to be a little longer, but it's good for chopping concrete actually. Okay, so I'm going to put the earplugs in and then plug in the grinder. I have water up here in case it gets too hot. I don't want to take the temper out of the tip of the blade. So okay. I don't want to do that. And of course, we brought a hammer. Only a man would understand another man calling this a hammer, but that's why we call it the man hammer. It's a 12-pounder. It's for real men. Ah, boy. Okay, I was afraid of that. I'll show you what I was afraid of. The roof in that area there, when I hit it with the hammer, the rust over here was right through. Watch, see? Not much metal left there. So, the man hammer. How do you handle a hungry man? The man hammer. The manwich. So anyway, that's what you have lurking underneath these nodules. There's another one. Popped right through. Right there. So, I'm glad I did it. I'm not glad that it's there. So this is the kind of thing that looks like the roof is not leaking, but the water will go around and then underneath the nodules. So when I knock all this crap off and I put I'll put the mastic glue down and a piece of vinyl, it'll cover the hole, and then I'll put a second piece of vinyl over that, and it will never leak again, but it's leaking now, and it did cause quite a bit of damage. So here's another place right here. Where's my, right here. Watch when I hit this area here. It went right through down to where I have some tape. Well, we know this section is bad. How do you handle a hungry man? The man hammer. Oh yeah, look at this. It's coming apart everywhere. All right. I could even feel the metal is very thin. All right. I'm gonna get I gotta start putting an edge on that scraper. No matter. It needs an edge. So where's the bucket? Right there. Now you never have. Now there's nothing big enough to step through. There's nothing big enough to step through. That I know. But But I actually have heard stories about people falling through rusty areas like that. I actually know somebody that it happened to. So that's a good point. Thanks, Scott. I can't see the comments from this angle. All right. All right. Oh, I deleted a message by accident, Scott. Okay, let's see if we can. Scott DeFuego said, be careful you don't step through the roof. I said I couldn't see the comments. That's my fault. So I'll put it back on later. Thank you, Scott. Oxidation is a more rapid process in the heat and salt environment. And I'm only 150 feet from the ocean. He's right about that. How do you handle a hungry man? The man hammer. Now, what I got to do back there, and I can do it after I put the membrane on and after I put the plywood on, is I got to get into the middle of the container and put in that area there a vertical stanchion, 8 foot 2 3/4 inches, to bring the metal back up to what is called a canter, so that the water theoretically should roll off instead of puddle there. That was the problem there. I didn't put that vertical stanchion in there years ago when Daisy and I scraped the roof down and painted it, because I used the special paint, but the water got sat in those troughs, and the salt and the water, and it went through the material, and that's what happened to the roof. Now, the roof is like that in a dozen places, so it's not a surprise to me that it's there. I knew it was there, kind of. So I'm going to start grinding the tip Sorry about removing that comment. And Scott said, let's see what Scott said. Be careful you don't fall through the roof. I'd be in a tough spot. Yeah, I would be at that. Thank you, Scott. Okay, so let's get the point on there. Huh. Okay, I gotta go get a cushion. I'll be right back. Gonna go get the needle scaler. I'll be back in about 90 seconds. Uh, But, huh. Oh boy. Okay. I gotta unconbuberate this electrical wiring stuff. The wires are crossed. You can't pull them across anything without hanging up on something, and on top of that, they're actually across the staircase, and that's just not a good thing. So, undo all the wires and get them off the staircase. One, two, three, four. So if I go to that one over there, I'll have enough. Okay. All right. That never happened before. Happened now. Okay. So I'm going to needle scale it. I'm going to scrape it first, then I'm going to needle scale it. And then I'll blow it off, and then I'll start cutting the plastic for that. I can't see. Where's the bucket of water? There it is, right there. Okay. Oh, ain't this a bitch? Ain't this a bitch? Ah, that's why. Okay. I had the view expanded. Okay, now we can see everything. Okay. All right, so I'm going to show you. And actually, the needle scaler works enough. I don't have to beat it and scrape it. Let me show you how this needle scaler works. It has a bunch of needles, hardened steel, and they on a rotating cam. And it, like this area here that I'm going to do, it'll knock that nodules right off. Watch. You don't think it's hot in the sun. You're wrong about that. Okay, so I'm doing this with one hand, and it's really hard to do it with one hand. So I'm going to put the camera down, and you can watch. Good afternoon. Ah. I gotta put some water on me somehow. I gotta put a little water on the old head ski. It's really hot. And I'm gonna take a little break, 5 minutes. This ain't no damn good. Oh boy. This fucking phenolic plywood is such crap. It's worse than the other plywood. When it comes to falling apart, it's starting to flake already. Starting to flake already. Okay. Oh yeah, needle gun. Oh yeah, baby. Okay, so I need to put a little water on my head. Now this water in this container, I put it in this container from my clean water bucket yesterday. So it's only got the straw in the bucket. I'm just gonna pour a little bit on my head. Because it's freaking hot over there. Actually, it's getting to the point where it's too hot to touch the tools. I will, but it's just about to that point. Now, what I'm needle scaling is preemptive cleaning of the roof for the next section of plywood and this section of plywood that's going on there. I'm almost ready for one sheet. In fact, I think I am ready. So I'm going to put right now, whatever small amount of nodules or rust, corrosion, oxidation that's on the metal. The reason I knocked off the nodules is because between the nodules and the metal, water gets trapped in there forever. So if I were to just put the membrane over the nodules, where there was a lot of them and water, it would continue to oxidize the metal till it went through the roof anyway. So I'm just eliminating a small amount of potential corrosion. And I have the time and the tools to do it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the industrial grade vinyl flooring and 1 bucket of mastic, the glue, the mastic glue, and I'm going to put the glue directly over whatever rust is there. And one of the reasons I did this today is because it is so blaringly hot. It will get rid of the moisture between the nodules and the metal roof. And wherever I clean, it dries immediately. So it's beneficial to do it in the sun because it dries the water out from underneath the rust. And what little is left, this roof, like I said, the roof only has to last, I don't know, 2 years. And then I'll be selling the container anyway. I won't need the container after I get up to after I get past the first floor. I probably won't need one of the 2 containers. And this would be the one I keep because it has the shelving in it already. So that's why I'm doing the roof. So I'm going to put the membrane down and then I'm going to cut a piece about it's 8 feet across the top of the container, and I'm going to put 1 layer on the bottom, like a double layer. 1 layer on the bottom with the glue, and then I'm going to put another layer on top of that and just glue the seam. And that'll keep the water from going underneath it. It can't go around because it would have to blow up underneath the wrap on the side of the container. And that's 6 inches. It can't blow around it. It just can't. It could, if there was a 200-mile-an-hour wind, but that would be the last thing I'd have to worry about. So I'm going to put one sheet halfway across the roof over the very rusted area, and then one sheet overlapping the roof 6 or 7 inches on both sides, and glue that down now. So that's what you're going to see right now. Okay, so I got the industrial grade vinyl is, where's the, right there, okay. So you're going to be able to see me do a half a sheet from the edge over there, drop down 6 inches, and back towards the middle of the container. I might even go all the way across with 2 layers. I have plenty, and it's cheap enough. That might be what I'm going to do. So I change my mind as I go. It's only, the material is cheap compared to the labor and the time involved. So I'll get the membrane and the mastic and a knife, and I'll be back in 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Okay. Well, first I'll clean the roof. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I don't have to do this. I could do this tomorrow. All right. I could do that tomorrow. I'm only going to get one section of plywood on here. Today. I could probably do a little bit over here, but I don't need to have lay down for this one. Hot. Hold on a minute. We got to do one more thing. Huh. Huh. Down. Huh. Ah. Oh boy. Okay. That's done. Yeah. Huh. 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 Oh. hot, hot, hot. Ugh, very hot. I found a section on the left-hand side that needed to have a little work done there. Okay, so I have enough done to put one more layer of membrane on. And I think I'm just going to blow it off and put the mastic glue around the edges and on top of some of the rusty spots, not all of them. And the more rusted stuff, the less rusted stuff should not really get water in it. And like I said, it only has to last 2 years. So I'll put this camera down, blow that off, and get the glue. Huh. 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 Change of plans. Change of plans. Because there is so much rusted stuff, I'm gonna go get a gallon of white oil-based paint or yellow, and I'm gonna paint this section. Thinned out 25%. And I'll let it dry overnight. And if it's sunny out tomorrow, I'll put the mastic glue on top of that. And the rest of the day, I could spend taking the crap off the jet ski after I paint this. That's probably the best thing. There's so much rust. And the mastic glue is very thick. It won't go down into the bond into the dusty, rusty places. So change of plans. And this white paint here that you could see I painted 3 years ago, it actually worked quite well. And that's what gave me the idea. So I'm going to go downstairs and get the white paint. And you, I don't know what you're going to do. You could watch the ocean. Yeah, you could watch the ocean. Because it might take a few minutes to get the paint and put the shampoo and skin protection on my fingers. Oh, ha, ha, ha. All right, I'll be back in about probably 7 or 8 minutes. Whew. Well, I'll take a break. I'll take a break for a few minutes. Now, oh. Yeah, I think painting, Ryan Hopon, guapo, hello. The men are over there. They're having they found a tree. They're friends of mine. So, they found a tree, and they've set up a table, and a table, and 2 chairs, and a bottle of rum. Hello, Michael Sevilla. And there they are. And now they will leave that bottle of rum out there, and then whenever anybody feels like having a little bit of rum, a shot, or what they have, a glass of rum there. Whenever anybody feels like having a little bit, they'll just walk over and take it, and it's open for, well, from what I've seen in the Philippines, it's open for anybody that wants to take a little bit, to enjoy. So, but the interesting thing is that they found that little tree there. Well, they know the tree is there. They work very close by, and they got their iced tea. You can get ice around here for 2 pesos. 2 pesos buys you a little sleeve of ice about 8 inches long and about 1.5 inches wide. And yeah, so already 3 or 4 people have stopped by to enjoy. and one more. I don't know if I could drink rum out in the hot sun like today. I'm on the roof. I wouldn't drink it I don't know that I could drink alcohol on such a hot day outside, but they don't have a choice. They don't have aircon. I met two girls in BQ Mall. They're going to come by one day. They're friends, and I've known them for a long time, and I'm going to teach them how to do snorkeling. And the girls asked me if I had aircon, and I said yeah, because I told them they could stay for the day. And they asked, and they said oh, and they asked me if I had a refrigerator, and I said yeah, I have a refrigerator. So these two girls have been working in the BQ Mill for several years. And I always see them because they work in a store that I go in a lot. But in their house, they grew up still to this day. One's 21 and one's 27. She's married, and they don't have aircon in their house either. So one is 21 and one is 27, and they've never had a refrigerator or aircon. Yet when they come to work, they're spotless clean, immaculate. Their fingers are well groomed. Their hair is neat and clean, and their uniform is perfectly pressed. I don't know how they do it. They don't have much, but they all look presentable when they go to work. It's an amazing thing. That's a good part of the Philippines. I am not a fan of that Tanduay rum. You don't know how to drink it. You just don't know how to drink it. First of all, it's got something called glyptol in it, so it's really not that good for you to drink it. I've drank it, but it's not a good thing. That's number one. Glycol or glyptol. That's number one. Number two, you guys drink that shit when it's hot. You put the bottle out on the table and you just drink it from a shot glass or from a glass at room temperature. And it tastes horrible. I mean, absolutely horrible. What you need to do is literally put the bottle in the freezer. It won't freeze. You literally put the bottle in the freezer. And then you put a plastic bottle of water in the freezer. And you fill that up halfway and lay it down so that half the bottle is air lengthwise and half is ice. Okay? So you have a bottle of rum that's at about 9 or 10 degrees, and you have ice water that's 9 or 10 degrees. You take the rum out and the bottle of water out, and you put a little bit of water in the bottle, like maybe 3 ounces in the ice. And then you take that cold rum. If you're a real man, you just put that bottle to your lips and turn the bottle upside down and take a manly slug. Three sips, 7 bubbles. Take a manly sip of that shit. When it's ice cold, it goes right down. You hardly taste it at all. And then you back it up with that cold water. So you don't taste the rum. It doesn't give you that feeling. And the cold water, whatever feeling is, knocks it out. Not that it's ever going to be a good thing to drink, but if you got to drink it for medicinal purposes, put the bottle in ice or in the ice, right into the ice box. When you want one, you take it out, pour it into the glass, put the glass in there too. And you fill the glass up 1.5 inches or 2 inches, drink it, and you drink the ice water. You don't really taste it, but it'll it'll kick your ass. It'll kick, and then you could do And if you're a real man, take my word for it, you could do, you take like a half a whiskey glass or half of like a 7 ounce beer glass, you fill that up with like 3 ounces. If you're a real man. And you hit that hard. And then you hit the water. That's so you got 3 ounces in you right away. And when you hit it with the water, the taste goes away. The taste goes away. Now, if you're a real man, you back it up with another one while you're still standing at the table. And as soon as you hit the other one with the glass half full and the ice, put that shit back in the freezer because you're going to need to sit down. That's 7 ounces of rum in exactly 90 seconds. If you're a real man. Most of you guys, see, you don't know how to do a lot of stuff. I have a lot of experience in a lot of different things. But that's if you wanna get lit up, it's about as now. There's only one thing wrong with it. You're still drinking a shit product. Let's see what he has to say. Michael McFarland. There is hard work going under the tree. Yeah. Well, those guys that are under the tree, they don't work. They actually one did have a job about 6 years ago. I don't know how they make money. One helps with the one man with the goats. Is that Carlos? I can't see. Carlo. No, that's not Carlo. One does not work. He just walks around all day. I don't know what he does. I don't really care either. But I mean, he's a very nice man. We've been saying hello for 6 years. So, Michael Sevilla. Some young Filipinos like to mix Tanduay with Red Horse. Yeah, I don't. At parties, if there's Tanduay and Red Horse, you'll see them. I don't. Since I've been in the Philippines, I had a half a beer and I had one beer, 1.5 beers in 7 years. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people around here don't work, even when there was work. I don't know. There's you got to understand. This community is a fishing village. So, the people that have been here for, 400 or 500 years. So some of these families have properties that they rent out. They rent out the property to different people. Like they rent it out in 400 or 500 square foot parcels, 400, 500 square foot for 1,000 pesos a month. And they might have 2 acres and they might have 10 or 12 or 15 parcels separated. And that's how they get their money. That's what I assume. Other than that, I have no idea how they get their money. I'll be back in a few minutes. I have to go downstairs and get that paint before it gets cold. I'll be back in I'm going to be 10 minutes. I'm going to be 10 minutes. If I get to stand up, I'm going to be 10 minutes. Yep. Ha, 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 ha. Huh. 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 Okay. I got the power. I'm going to use acrylic latex paint on there. It's the same price, and basically it'll do the same thing. Holy shit. The tree, it dropped branches right where I was sitting before. It sure did. It dropped a branch exactly where I was sitting 10 minutes ago. Look. Not a big one, but a branch. This was not here. So it wouldn't have hurt that much, but they get a lot bigger. All right. So I'm going to paint this with an acrylic latex paint that's good for wood and stucco and masonry. I've used it before. I use it for everything. Now, if I really, 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 really wanted to save this metal, I have something called Acryl 60 in the container downstairs. I could put 4 ounces of Acryl 60 in this, but with the double vinyl, I don't see the need. Let me get the power hooked up to this. Running out of power. Luckily, I remembered to bring up the power cord, because it just went below 5%. Oh. All right. Now I could see the screen again. When it goes below 5%, the screen darkens out. Okay. Oh, who's saying what here? Okay, you guys continue with your alcoholic information comments, and I'm going to go back to work right now. Have fun with that. Where the hell is where's the ground now? What am I looking at here? Where I can't, the glare, the sun is so hot. The glare is so strong. I can't see. Okay, now I have an idea where I am. Okay. All right. Good enough. Oh boy. Yeah. Huh, huh, huh. This was a hot dip galvanized bolt, probably going back into the 80s from my deck and dock business. And still, the nut and bolt came apart with just two small pairs of vice grips. I knew that. I thought it would happen, and it did happen. That old galvanized steel is an amazing product. Okay, so I'm going to paint myself out of this area here. Okay. All right. Huh. 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 Where was it? Okay. Huh. 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 Ah. 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 Huh. 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 Ah. Huh. 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 All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'm done. I'm done. Done. I'm done with this for the day, for sure. And the reason I use this latex acrylic paint, it's very thick, number one, but that's not why I used it. It also is okay for metal, but that's not why I used it either. I used it because I'm working upside down, leaned over, bent over, in the hot sun. And that's not why I used it either. And on top of being bent over upside down in the hot sun, on top of that, the reason I used it was because an oil-based paint has turpentine in it, or thinners and other methyl ethyl ketone and caustic chemicals, but not so much caustic, but chemicals that can make you dizzy. Well, it's really hot. I mean, I don't know how to make you understand how hot it is. Watching paint dry. Yeah, baby. I give it to you. I give it to you with both barrels. I have an interesting video coming up tomorrow where I'm going to start off and showing you what paint looks like when it's dried for 100 years or it's left out in the sun, this sun, or South Florida sun, or Arabian desert sun, for just a few years. I have a piece on the jet ski. The jet ski itself, no, but the trailer, yes. So the reason I used this acrylic paint was because I'm bent over and the evaporation rate of the thinner would be 5 or 6 times more powerful than if it was in the shade, number one. So just breathing in turpentine and methyl ethyl ketone peroxide and stuff like that, or just oil-based paint in general, could make you dizzy. But being upside down in the sun could make you more dizzy. And being my age and doing it in the sun upside down, after being out here since 9 o'clock this morning, and it's 2:30 now, so I've been in the sun for 5.5 hours. I don't really feel like getting dizzy, and I probably wouldn't fall off the roof, but I might fall down in the paint or fall onto the other roof or just fall. I don't feel like falling. So this latex paint, very, very thick, probably 3 or 4 times as thick as oil-based. And when it dries, you're going to see some rust bleeding through it. That's nothing. Now the second, tomorrow, I'll seal up the edges with the membrane glue, and then I'll put one more layer. Now, of that material, I could go cut that material now. That's something I could do. But the rest of these tools are going to stay in neutral for the rest of the day. So let me bring this up. Let me bring the cam over to the table, and I'll put the industrial grade vinyl flooring up on the table and measure it out and cut it. Okay? As soon as I could stand up somehow. On top of everything else, the bandage fell off my leg. And It's very itchy. So I really gonna stop within an hour and take care of that and a few other things. Okay. Okay. We're done with this. Put the air over here. All right. All right. All right. Up. Up. Over. Over. Up. Oh, that shade already feels 35 or 40 degrees cooler. Oh, shit. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Okay. Oh, God, that's nice. Okay. Oh, yeah. 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 Okay, so, yeah, so I can put the membrane up on the table here now and measure it out and cut it for tomorrow. Oh boy, did I? Don't go there. Don't go there. Go there. All right, we lost one. Yay. Yay. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I think I know. Okay, here it is, right here. Uh, Huh. 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 Oh boy. Huh. 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 Then if I need to, I'll use that plastic. Or I'll go into the city. I have exactly enough, and I have another piece right over here that will be good for the doubler on the bottom where it's really rusty. This would be the perfect piece. It's about 30 inches and it's about 5 feet long. And that rusty section is 30 by 5. So we're good to go for tomorrow if it doesn't rain out. And then I could put one section of the membrane, this, the mastic, and then I'm gonna have to move the jet ski. I don't know where I want to put that. All right, in about 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to stop, and you guys, if you want to chit chat for a while, I'll answer any questions you might have. Give me 3 minutes to clear the deck on the other side over there, and then I'm going to sit down, take my break, and then I'm going to call it quits for the day. It's probably about, I don't know, best guess is about 3:15. Not that that matters. It's going to take a few minutes extra. I got to untie something. Huh. Okay. Huh. I'm gonna go get the chair. Okay. I gotta get the blower first. Uh, the blower first. Uh, Alrighty. I'm done. Uh, Alright. Huh. 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 Alright, I'm coming. Alright. I'm gonna be sitting down in the front here. Huh. 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 I really have a funny story to tell you, but I don't really want to tell you the story. I, I have a story, but I could only tell this story. I actually watched two people just do something here. It wasn't drugs, but it was fucking disgusting. And I think they forget that I'm upstairs, and that, I mean, I'm not paying any attention to them on purpose. It's just my view. But fucking Filipinos have some fucking strange ass, nasty habits. Nasty habits. It's really just a story for my Patreon members. I wouldn't get in trouble, but it would get the video age restricted. And then it wouldn't matter. But I mean, I wouldn't get a strike for this story, but it would get the video age restricted. And it wasn't something I did, it was something they did. Not one of them, but two of them. Two of them just did something that would fucking, they have some disgusting habits. Among them are the children that hug the dogs with mange and fleas, and dog could be half the hair on the dog could be gone, and the dog could have bleeding mange, and the children will just walk over to the dog and hug it, and then the dogs will sit in that little pirogue next door that you could hear the people talking. They'll sit on the bench and they'll be full of fucking fleas and mange. I mean, that's just part of being a stray dog, and the people just tell the dog to get off the bench, and then they lay down and go to sleep. I could not do that. I could go a week without washing what I sleep on, as long as I take a bath before I go to bed at night. But sleeping with some filthy, mangy dog with fleas, I just pushed it off the bench. I couldn't do that. And there's another thing. I wish I could do videos in. Well, you can't do videos inside a bathroom in the Philippines. But one thing I'm going to tell you people, and I'm not kidding about this. If 100 people, I don't know about the women, but if 100 men walk into the restroom, and what do they do, number one or number two? 92 of them are not going to wash their hands. That's fact. I do this all the time. I watch to see who washes their hands, because I'm in the bathroom for a long time. When I go in the bathroom, I'll wet my hair down. I'll clean my bandana. I might wet my shirt down. I'll put soap and water on my face and my arms, and I take like a short bath, because I walk around the city. It's really dusty. But 9 out of 10 or more, they don't wash their hands. Now, and that includes restaurant workers. The only single group of people I've ever seen never walk out of the bathroom without washing their hands are the security guards. Whether they're a woman or a man, they always come out of the bathroom after they wash their hands. And women, I say, I can see that because here the bathroom's open, so you could see the sink of the women's bathroom where they're washing up, where they put makeup on and stuff like that. There's a big 4-foot door and it stays open. But the men, and that includes restaurant workers. So that's seriously, and I'm being serious. That's one reason I don't eat in restaurants in the Philippines. My dog is like a king compared to those dogs. I bet. I bet. You know, I had a dog, Z2. You see him on the beach in my beach video. I had the dog live 17 years, and I didn't feed him anything special. He ate Purina dog chow from the time he was born until the time he died. The same exact dog food for 17 years. I would put leftovers in there, like when my mom made chicken or turkey soup, she'd save all the stuff she strained out of it, and the pulp and things like that, and the gravy from the bottom of the pan from the turkey. She'd heat it up with water and put it in a Tupperware container. So I didn't feed him anything special, but my point was, there's not a person in the Philippines that I know of that makes their dog lay on a rug. You know, that train their dog to lay on a rug. If they're outside, like give them a 3/4 inch mat, a few feet by a few feet. So the dog doesn't have to put his elbows down on the concrete. First of all, it's no good to sleep on concrete, whether you're a man or a dog. But second of all, it builds up those calluses. My dog was 17 years old, and he had a callus on each elbow about the size of a quarter. Because I never let him sleep on the concrete. I trained him, if there was concrete where he was going to sleep, I put down a piece of vinyl or something like that, or 1/8 inch outdoor rug. But here, these dogs just sleep right on concrete, on the beach, in a boat. They sleep everywhere. But they're stray dogs. But even people who own dogs, that have like dogs tied up on the side of their house, they just have them tied up on the side of their house and a piece of plywood sticking off the side of their house. No dog house. And when it rains, the dog stands up underneath the plywood. they don't look at dogs like we do. Oh boy. Yeah, there's quite the party going on over there. And that you saw the table before. Whoever was here, I showed you the table before. Oh, that fucking genius. There's a guy, I'm not going to mention his name. He doesn't own a motorcycle. But apparently he can't ride one either. So it was 4 years ago, somebody lent him a motorcycle. And I said to the guy, he was a Filipino, and he was my landlord's son. I said to the guy, he doesn't know how to ride a motorcycle. Yeah, well, what's the worst that could happen? Well, the motorcycle came home in the back of a pickup truck, and the guy who just took off on the motorcycle, I don't know if he went to the hospital or a local doctor, but he was monkeyed up, man. I don't know if he was drinking when he took the motorcycle. I have no idea. So that was 5 years ago. 3 years ago, he borrowed a motorcycle and came back with a turban on his head and like a black eye. Now, I guess he fell off the motorcycle again. And now somebody just lent him a motorcycle to go get rum. because the rum is gone. The bottle's almost empty. So, he's back already. I guess he just went up the block. Oh, that's a different guy. Yeah. Drinking rum on a hot day, not knowing how to ride a motorcycle. I'll go get the rum. I'll go get one. Let me borrow your motorcycle, and they do. He doesn't have a driver's license. That's a fact. And there's a reason he doesn't have a driver's license. Because he doesn't have identification. That's fact. Somebody just brought back. Well, they're gonna have it. Looks like they're getting ready to have a shindig over there. Everything but food. Um, Now they got. Somebody just took a bag out of the car. It looks like 2 bottles of rum. I don't know what that other guy went to get. Maybe he went to get ice. Oh, yeah, this is a strange place to live. So tomorrow I will put that oddball piece of vinyl flooring down first. I don't even really think it's necessary, but I'm going to do it anyway. I also have clear plastic downstairs. I have 5 meters of clear plastic. That would be perfect. It's thin. It's very flexible. And it would make an excellent cushion because it's very soft material. Well, tomorrow I'll put down one more sheet. And the tires in the jet ski, I keep them covered with, tarpaulin canvas and tarpaulin. So the rubber did not get brutalized from the sun. Actually, the tires held air in the tire. Haven't been up here to put air in the tires in 2 years. So I also have to, I got to pull all that canvas off the jet ski. And I do know for a fact that the weld that holds the spring to the trailer, part that goes in the water next to the wheel, I know for a fact that's broke. It didn't break when I put it up here, but it just rusted out from over the years of it being up here. So I'm gonna have to, I have a strap that holds 18,000 pounds. That's what I put the jet ski up on the roof with a machine and the strap. I should take all that canvas off and blow it out and set the strap up. I don't know that I'm going to take it off the roof when I move the container. I have to do something with, I have to see where I'm going to put the container. I also have to cut the roof off that other house to move the container, and I have to move my house out that way 18 inches. So as soon as I get that roof done, and that jet ski weighs about 900 pounds. It might be better that I take it off of that, put it on the ground. Because if I'm going to move the container, that's 900 pounds that I really don't need to have on the container. That's probably what I'll do. So, where should I put it? Should I put it over there? Or should I put it on top of that blue container over there? Geez, if I put it on the blue container, I could just pick it up over there and put it right on top of the blue container. I built the cribbing for the blue container. Daisy and I built it. Should still be pretty solid. I built it right, but I only built it out of wood. But I built it out of cocoa lumber wood. So that's 2 years. I think I could put it on top of the other blue container. But that would be a bitch if it flipped, if the container, the stanchions that held up the container broke and the jet ski fell on the ground. Thing's a piece of junk anyway. Unless I get it running, it's just a big giant piece of fiberglass junk. What I was thinking about doing, believe it or not, and this is a viable option. Those freaking modules, if I can't get that jet ski running, I wonder if there's a way to bypass that module and just get that engine running just with a throttle. Forget the gauges, forget the oil pressure, forget all that other shit. I wonder if there's a way to bypass that module. That was one option. And the second option was to bust out my fiberglass tools and go get some teak or red ribbon mahogany and some stainless steel and take the engine out, gut it, and put like a 10 horsepower, go buy a 10 horsepower motor and put a 10 horsepower on the back of the jet ski. Thing would go fast and it floats. And it's big too. That damn thing is, I think that's about 9 feet, 9.5 feet by 4 feet wide. I mean, it would be perfect. Just take the one motor out and put another motor on the back of it. And it would be a lot cheaper than buying a fiberglass boat. I already have it. And it's solid. That was my other option if I can't get that motor running. And I want to use that. And then I would just put it in the front of the house here. And when I want to go to the out in it, you give those guys over there, well, that's another fucking gimmick. Shit. When this guy Tony, who I bought the jet ski from, Anthony, he used to pay the men $200 period, to take the jet ski out of the water and to put it in the water. So that's 400 pesos a day. So $8 a day. When I wanted to move the jet ski the same distance from the water from his house, the same guys, we have to get more men. So they got six men. Six. So 2 guys used to take it in and out of the ocean, but now they needed 6 men to walk it on flat level ground, except for one small hill that I by myself, I knew I wouldn't be able to do it. The thing weighs 900 pounds. So I said to the guys that normally bring the jet ski out of the water, I want you to move the jet ski from Anthony's house to my apartment. Yeah, we need more men. and he runs away. He runs away because they knew I bought it. It's the Coconut Telegraph. They knew I bought it when I bought it. They knew I bought it as soon as I agreed to buy it. They knew. So they already had it planned that they would have to be the ones to move it because they were the ones to put it in the water. So I said, no, I only need you two men and me. That'll be enough. 3 of us. No. So they runs away. They run away. Literally ran away. And when he ran into the forest. And in the forest, there were men living there. And he brought back 4 more men. There was 2 of them. So now they have 6 men. So when they came back, I said, look, I only need 2 men. No, 6. Now they're dictating terms. They're in charge of my jet ski, my moving of my jet ski, how many men are going to be needed, and how much it was going to cost. So I said, well, I'll give you 200 pesos. No. 100 pesos each man. I said, no. 200 pesos. No. So when I said no, they laughed. So they laughed because here I am, the jet ski's outside the gate. I don't know where Anthony went. It was some doodad he had to do. Otherwise, he would have helped me. And his wife was with him and his baby was with him. So they're laughing at me because now the jet ski's outside the gate and I can't move it. So I walked the jet ski over to the hill where I knew I couldn't get it. I tried, but I couldn't do it. And so I went back to my landlord. My landlord was 74 years old, a German guy. And his wife was 44, a little Filipina, about 5 feet tall. And I told him, he said, where's the jet ski? Because he was looking forward to having the jet ski on the property to use it. So he used to take me out on his boat all the time, so the jet ski would be available for him. And I told him what happened. He goes, oh, we'll get it. So a 74-year-old man, a 90-pound Filipina, and me took the jet ski home. It took 1 minute and 45 seconds. So you got to be aware that, well, what I'm saying is now, of course, with the change of economies, 200 would be a good price to bring it from here to the ocean. It's only 150 feet, but they probably won't do it for 200 if and when I get it done. So I expect to pay more, but again, 200 pesos is 100 pesos is 2 hours pay, and it will take about 3 minutes to get it to the ocean and 3 minutes to get it back. 5 minutes to get it out of the water might be a little bit harder. So they're really getting 2 hours pay for, I don't know, 20 minutes. They're getting 4 hours pay for 20 minutes of work. And of course I would help them. And then there was another option. I'll buy a 4-wheeler and then I don't need them at all. And that's probably, that would be something I would. Hello, Nanay. Maayong hapon. Trabajo, always trabajo. Gamay. Init kaayo, yeah. So I'll just buy a quad and put a trailer to it. That's another option. And then I could, I don't have to leave the trailer on the beach. I can drop it in the water. The quad will go in the water. And how much could they cost? $1,000. and then I would have transportation for local around here. Um, but first, I have to get that motor running or put another motor. Guapo! I'm done. He's he is an amazing man that he will still get on the motor. Only twice I ever saw him use a motorcycle, and twice he came back injured. Here is liquor ban, no beer, no nothing. Now we don't have that problem. You can buy a China ATV for 43,000. Oh, I'm sure I'm sure they got them used around here for a lot less than that. I don't know that I'd want to buy a new one, but I mean it would be an option. And then if it was new, all the lights would work on it. Hello, all the lights would work on it, and then the brakes, everything. You would. I'd throw 5 gallons of oil on it. Take some old hydraulic fluid and oil the shit out of it. Of course, paint the tires. First thing, paint the tires anti-theft yellow, and the rims. I would destroy that thing in a couple of years, putting it in the salt water. But what do I care? Alrighty. Yeah, I gotta get the thing running. But yeah, I gotta get. I would really like to be able to go out on the ocean once in a while. I miss going out on the water. For a long time here, there was before the lockdown, there was a guy for 300 pesos. He would take me over to Balikasag Island alone, or 600 if Daisy was here, and we could go swimming. But she didn't like to go swimming. She would go in the water for like 2 minutes and then she'd jump out. But for $12, we would go over to Balikasag, and that's a lot cheaper than buying a boat. $12 for the day for 4 hours. That's enough. Actually, there's really nothing else to do. If I want to go to the reef, I can swim there. The reef here is beautiful, but I'm starting to miss going out on the water again. And all my life, I had a boat, a barge, a tugboat, ocean racer, a rowboat, a center console. Since I was born, my first boat I got when I was 7 years old. It was a 9.5 foot fiberglass boat that me and one other guy my age, Ronnie Call, could pick it up and put it in the water. And from my Uncle Jay's dock. And he had a 5 horsepower Evinrude, and I had a boat. So me and him were partners. And we would take the boat, put it in the water, row it to his house, put the motor on it, because it wasn't that far, put the motor on it, and we'd go out on the boat. We were like 7 years old, and we had a boat. And we did that for a couple of years. And then I bought a real hydroplane, like a 12-foot hydroplane. Me and my dad put new skin on the bottom, and we put fiberglass on it, and we put we put a 25 horse a 25 horse Mercury on the back of that thing, and it used to fly. I mean, that damn thing, it only weighed, it was a 1/4 inch plywood. It only weighed, I don't know if it weighed 100 pounds. It had a foot pedal and a dead man straddle. You had your choice of a foot pedal or a dead man straddle. And and that thing was awesome. And then somebody, I don't know why I sold it, but I did. And I sold it for it was those, you got to remember back then $75 was a lot of money. So I think I got it for nothing, but the bottom was no good. It was rotted out. And me and my dad, we took it into the basement, put a new skin on the bottom. And then with that 25 Merc, holy shit. Was it a 20 or a 20? It might have been a 20 Merc rated at 25 horsepower. It was a green motor. I forgot what it was. But that thing would just take off, and it was too fast for me anyway. And then when I sold that for $75, that was like a big score. I was like rich. I bought a hydroplane, the ones where they're rounded in the front. The hydrofoil was pointed with like octagon bottom, but the hydroplane was round in the front, and it was exactly a little over 4 feet wide. It wasn't much wider than 4 feet, because I remember we got it in and out of the basement, but just barely. And then we put a skin on the bottom of that too. It was no good. This is back in the 1960s. And then that thing with the motor on it. Oh, that thing. Holy shit. Maybe that was the one that had the dead man straddle on it. A dead man straddle is you squeeze the trigger and lock it. This way you could put two hands on the steering wheel. And that had cables, and the hydrofoil hydroplane had cables and springs, the old springs, the double springs that came out. Yeah, and my dad was a boat enthusiast. We always had a boat. He had a boat when we were 5 years old. My dad taught me how to water ski on the back of his boat. That boat had a 60 horse, 6-cylinder, straight up and down 6-cylinder Mercury engine on it. And the boat was a plywood boat also. But we always had a boat since I was 5. And I'm starting to miss having a boat again. If I had a boat too, I could go explore. I really didn't. I don't have the exploring gene in me so much as I used to, because it's theoretically it's white sand beach everywhere. There's no, and the best diving around is right there, right outside my backyard. I mean, well, Balakasog Island is also nice. It's a little bit nicer, but very touristy. But there's other places to go, and I've been to all of them. There are places where no tourists go. My ex-German landlord, he would bring us diving. I don't know where we were. We were somewhere. I didn't pay. There's no such thing as GPS here. Everybody just knows where to throw the anchor out. So he would take us out, some oddball place, draw out the anchor, goes, nice wreck. And there'd be like an old boat in 20 feet of water. But there's no diving like we had in Florida. In Florida we had, oh God, the Florida Keys. Key Largo is the dive capital of the world. That's what it says on the internet. More people go diving in Key Largo than any other place in the world. And but there's thousands of wrecks and reefs. And there's reefs if you have your own boat, that are much more pretty than the dive reefs. Anyway, I'm boatless. I'm boatless. That won't be much longer. I can feel it. I can feel it in my boatless bones. I got to go down and clean this leg up. It's a mess. That lady that you saw brushing the leaves before, that's my landlord. And I just went to her 75th birthday party. And she's out here at 5 o'clock in the morning, down walking on the beach, 4 o'clock in the morning, walking on the beach. If she might see a piece of wood that she wants to bring home and make a breakfast. She has a fire pit. I got land leg. I got my land leg is landlocked. I'm not waterlogged, landlocked. That's funny. Yeah, I do. I'm boatless. And the thing is, I mean, there's the water right there. And also with the lockdown, I don't know, if I really wanted a boat for oh shit, to buy a you can buy a pontoon boat for about $600, and you fill it up with air. I have a compressor, and I have that little blower. I'll blow the thing right up in a minute, and that you could carry to the beach on your shoulder, small, and then get a little 5 horsepower, even a little 3 horsepower electric motor. You go anywhere you want. Look at this. We have goat. We have the goat food delivery. Watch this. The goat food is being delivered. Goat food delivery. I haven't seen the lady with the cow. There's a lady that walks a cow right past where I'm sitting here. I haven't seen her in a while. I saw her, but not the cow. All right. Well, I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna say goodbye to everybody. It's got to be about 4:30, quarter to 5. Hey, boy. Come here, boy. Okay, Michael McFarland, thank you for stopping by. 423. Yeah? All right, thank you. Yeah, takes me but cleaning up my leg. The only thing I can say about my leg is for the first time in 6 months, the pain was bearable without taking a pain pill until actually, like not a pain pill, but an ibuprofen. So after I took a bath yesterday, for the first time in 6 months, because after I soak the leg, I take the leg out of the soaked water. When it dries, the skin dries up, and it hurts because it's not really skin yet. It's still someplace between meat and skin, like one layer of clear skin. It's strange. And now it's actually building up. The meat, the skin was leaking fluid, yellow and white clear fluid, whereas I would have to put a towel underneath where I sit. It would actually form a puddle on the floor. That's how much fluid was coming out of my leg every day. This is after I went to the doctor, after the antibiotics. As part of the healing process, it's slow. It's just slow healing. And yesterday, for the first time, I didn't have to take a pain ibuprofen until I went to sleep. Because when you lay down on your leg. And there was just a little puddle on the floor, about an inch and a half in diameter. That's the least amount that my leg has leaked in 6 months. Progress. Like I said, I estimate sometime mid-July before I'll be able to go in the ocean. All right, I'll let you guys look at the ocean for a minute, and then I'm going to say goodbye. Good night, Michael. Thank you. I got to get that tree. That tree is starting to block my view. Guapo! Mayan hapon po. You got, thank you.
Hi.
Wait, you want to be in the video?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hi.
Hello, Mayan. Guapo.
Guapo in Lagitan, Dulho.
Dolho. Guapo in Dolho. Guapo ka. Salam. Are you going to go fishing? Bring me back 2 kilos. Okay. Hello, Ryan. Mayan hapon pod. There's the goat lady. That was the lady that was carrying that's her goats. Guapo, guapa. Mayan hapon. Okay. No. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It's low tide. Guapo. Hello, mayan hapon. Guapo. Yeah. Dali. Humana. It's low tide now, which means you could walk out in the water 250 feet. Na dali. Humana. Humana kandi. You know that. The closet maggot. Blame the closet maggot. Sights and sounds of the Philippines. All right, I'm going to put this camera, I'm going to actually shut it off now in about 45 seconds. So thank you again for stopping by. I got to stand up. I got to stand up before I can start walking. And I'm stuck here. I'm really tired. The sun beat the shit out of me today. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, later, Michael. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, yeah. I don't really feel like dropping that down like this. I don't want to have the camera in the box with the needle scale. The last thing I need to do is break one of the lenses with this freaking needle scale. So, take this out of here. Put that down. Rotate that up. Put this in the box all by itself. Well, put this up here like that. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. And oh boy. Oh, you're screwed big time, didn't you? Good. Uh-huh. Don't need this up here. Uh-huh. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I forgot to. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh boy. I forgot to take my. Okay. I forgot. I'll just unforget and do it now. Okay, so. I gotta go. How much water do I have? I didn't fix the pipe in the street yet. Because it's been too hot to work out in the street. LOL. No, I just didn't fix the pipe in the street yet because I have the priority is the roof while it's still nice and hot where everything will dry after I get it working. Okay, so I'm going to go turn on. What do I got going here? I got one bucket there. I'm shy one bucket. Why am I shy a bucket? Oh, the bucket's underneath the box. Okay. So I don't have a bucket. I don't have a bucket to soak my leg in. Ah, boy. Oh, yeah? Okay. We have another doctor here. 8 doctors in the Philippines couldn't fix my leg. And we have another doctor in the chat room that's going to diagnose, and somehow, is that helping the issue? 8 doctors, 3 hospitals, 3 blood tests, and 2 x-rays. And they don't know. And then 2 doctors from America. And they don't know what's wrong with my leg. But John Bundin, he knows. He might even be right, because nobody else has ever figured it out. Okay, so in order to use that bucket, I need to take that stuff out of there. All right, I can do that. Yeah, 8 doctors in the Philippines, 2 in America, 3 hospitals, 3 blood tests total, 3. 1 full workup series, and 2 x-rays. And not a single one of these so-called doctors, not one of them, has come to any other conclusion other than to give me antibiotics. So I wouldn't say John is right or wrong. I would say that eight Filipino doctors, 2 American doctors, they missed the mark. Now we have a guy that builds nuclear reactors. Coming in. Who knows? He could be right. That goes there. This. There's don't break the shit right here. I don't think I need this. Yeah, maybe I do. Okay. Ah! All right. I'll be back. I gotta go turn on the street water. So. I gotta go turn the water on in the street. And I'll be back. In about 5 minutes. Oh, I gotta do one more thing over here. It doesn't end. Up. Up. Can't do that. Do this. Ah!
Warren. Oh my God. Warren. 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 Oh my God. Warren. Warren.